Okay, thank you everyone for being here today. We'll start today's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Jones.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we have some fun stuff today. First, we have recognition of special awards, and we're going to recognize our 2023-24 Executive Development Program participants. So, Chanel, are you okay?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council Member Charnel Jones, Human Resources Director. It is an honor and pleasure to recognize our 23-24 cohort for the Executive Development Program. This program was launched back in 2022, and it provided current opportunities for employees, for us to be able to develop our employees and have up-and-coming executive leaders for our organization, and also be a path for succession planning as people decide to leave and exit the organization. This program provides participants engagement and development that resulted in effective organizational leadership and help them to be able to network and create relationships with their peers and in the community. I will now have all of our 23-24 graduates to please stand. Congratulations. I will also ask them to come down to the front for a photo op. And council, if you would like to get in the picture, please do.
Get him, Katie.
You know what? Why don't some of you come up here? Some of you come up here. Fit y'all in. Come on up. Congrats. Hey, Brian. Before, let me just, is this a good? Okay. If I could ask council maybe to go to the front, because we're not going to be able to sneak in back here. Do the sorority squat in the front.
Yeah. Again, congratulations.
Thank you all. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. And now,
And now we have the City of Raleigh Employees of the Year. I will turn it over to City Manager Marshall Adams-David to recognize our City of Raleigh Employees of the Year.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, and it is truly an exciting opportunity where we get the chance to acknowledge our amazing staff. And so we had a really good event last week at the Convention Center. We spent the afternoon together and really excited to just make sure that we acknowledge the people that keep the city going every single day. So each year we do departmental acknowledgments. We have an Employee of the Year in each of the departments in the city, and then we have an overall Employee of the Year. So when I call your name, if you'll please stand up for 23-24. Chris Collins, Jennifer Cordova, Bradley Dunn, Dick Flowers, Willistine Hedgepath, Sarah Hansen, Chris Holcomb, Jonathan Liao, Sherry Masters, Christopher McMahon, Tessa Moses, Sophie Painley, Candia Mackenzie Perry, Robert Pike, Lakeisha Shaw, Peter Sherman, Charles Smith Jr., Alice Tejada, and Christopher Valenzuela. Let's give a round of applause to each of the departmental recipients. And after careful consideration by the committee and HR, the team decided on the overall employee of the year. And it was based on an employee who is exceptional in customer service skills, outstanding in efficiency, who goes above and beyond their assigned duties and exemplifies the core organizational values of the City of Raleigh. And this year's recipient is Jennifer Cordova. Unfortunately, Jennifer could not be with us today. She had a prearranged appointment that she needed to be at prior to we setting this on the agenda. So trust and believe she had a really good time last week. She enjoyed her check that she received, and she does a wonderful job of making sure that she takes care of all of her duties throughout the year. So with that, if we'll have all of the departmental recipients come up to the front for a picture, that would be great. We also take the employee recognition event as an opportunity to highlight customer service. And while there isn't a separate acknowledgement today, I wanted to personally acknowledge the two recipients of the Elizabeth Bass Customer Service Award. And many of you at this table will remember Elizabeth Bass. She exemplified all of the core principles and values of treating people with the level of respect that they deserve when they call us, when they pop in without an appointment, and even when they come when they have an issue and they're a little bit bothered and frustrated. So Elizabeth exemplified all of those values, and we recognize and acknowledge those two recipients. And this year's recipients are Preston Gaster and Raleigh Fire, and Lori Schumpert and Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Center. They received their awards last week, and they were grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to this every year, and just want to say we really do appreciate all the hard work that our staff puts in on behalf of our residents and our community, so it is appreciated. Thank you. And now, on to business. So the first item is our consent agenda. One item has been pulled, C2, the Downtown Municipal Service District boundaries. Could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Councilmember Jones, you pulled that?
I did, and it's really, this is the second reading of the MST, and this is the process that the second reading is done in consent. I am the only vote against in the first reading, so I just wanted the ability to vote against for the second reading. So I'm just pulling it so that we can do the vote fully, and my vote can be counted as a no.
Okay, motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Councilmember Jones opposed. Thank you. All right, now we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Bynum Walter from Planning and Development. I'm joined by Chair Blaney Miller from the Planning Commission. A reminder about upcoming holidays in June and July. We have a number of public hearings already scheduled for June. We're not suggesting any additional items for June 18. And then there are 2 items scheduled for the afternoon meeting already on July 2. So that Blunt Street item that you've been talking about for a while now, and then also Nowell Road, which would be coming out of committee, is coming back in the afternoon. And you do have public comment at the evening meeting that same day. So, and nothing otherwise scheduled for the evening meeting. So we have 2 items coming out of Planning Commission. They're related on the same site, both on Blue Run Lane, which is just inside 540 south of Buffalo, so Z5923, and a related comprehensive plan amendment that would modify the street plan. So the rezoning here would change the zoning from CM and AP. The CM would remain, and then the remainder of the site would go to R10 with conditions. This is consistent with the future land use map of the comp plan. Planning Commission recommends approval. We're suggesting July 2 public hearing date. You could hear this in the afternoon with other public hearing items, or in the evening, your call there. And then a related comprehensive plan amendment, which would remove the street plan, future street shown that travels north-south across the site here and creates north-south circulation between 540 and the Neuse River here. So they go together, and we're suggesting a July 2 public hearing date for both of those, afternoon or evening, council's choice. What questions can I answer for you, or can Chair Miller answer for you?
Do you have any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, thanks. These will be for you, Chair Miller. I am just going to read a couple of the quotes that I found in the staff report, and then the ultimate question will, I was able to listen to the recording of the full commission's deliberation, but I wasn't able to listen to the committee of the whole discussion. So I think my question will be kind of what was the discussion there. I was a little bit surprised at the unanimous recommendation given quotes like, Ranger Grove Way is not built to neighborhood street standards and does not sufficiently fulfill the goals of increasing connectivity and eliminating gaps. While transportation staff are supportive of altering the street plan to move the alignment, we do not support the comprehensive plan amendment as submitted or the conditions offered as part of this rezoning case. And it goes on, it explains the policies it's not supportive of. The proposed amendment would benefit the subject property owners, but does not represent a substantial benefit to the city as a whole. An amendment that proposes an alternative alignment that maintains the intended connectivity goals of the proposed street plan, neighborhood street, could benefit both the property owners and the city as a whole. So given some of those flags from the staff report, I was surprised to see the unanimous recommendation. I wonder if you could tell me a little bit more about the deliberations.
Sure thing, good questions. And I may have some details about this that I may ask to fill in from staff, but generally those were the same concerns that we pressed on heavily at both the committee of the whole, at the committee of the whole, and then further discussed at the Planning Commission. But the concern was largely mitigated once we realized that as long as they included a new condition to permit only civic uses, which was their intention, this is intended to be a place of worship, that those under the UDO would already have some relief from the street plan. So in that case, as we were more comfortable as soon as they added that condition limiting it to civic uses to provide that exception that they probably would be afforded anyway under the UDO. Is that fair to say? Or a similar exception?
So the comprehensive plan amendment would remove their requirement to build the proposed street. What Chair Miller is referencing is that there are a number of factors for relief in the code. And so potential that they could be, receive relief. They would receive that relief regardless of whether or not the amendment is approved, because those are administrative criteria for relief.
And do they go through a quasi judicial process to seek that, or just administrative?
Administrative objective standards.
Okay, understood.
One more additional item. Once we started looking at the street realignment, there is a large private parcel with existing homes on it that, once we evaluated, it looked like it would not, there's very low likelihood that that would have been subject to eminent domain in order to create that road as well. So that all of these things contributed to our recommendations.
Got it. Excellent. And do we know if the applicant is in the audience today, or the applicant's attorney?
Do not see them.
Okay.
But they may be. No.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, so I have a lot of trouble with this, but seeing that the applicant is not in the audience, I'm going to go ahead and set the public hearing as described, and when we open the public hearing, we can further talk through those concerns. So motion
Evening or daytime?
let's do daytime, since we have public comment in the evening.
Yeah. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. That was unanimous.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have special items.
Yes, ma'am, this is our ongoing discussion of Z 9222, the New Bern Avenue stationary planning rezoning. We've discussed this a number of times, a reminder of what's happened already. Generally, the transit overlay district has been applied throughout the corridor with the exception of the New Bern Edenton NCOD and the westernmost part of the rezoning area. Eastern station area generally rezoned as proposed, but with that maximum height designation coming down from 7 to 5 stories. The middle 2 station area generally proposed as rezoned. The exceptions there were that only parcels fronting on New Bern Avenue and the King Charles NCOD were included in the rezoning action by council. And then the Oakwood Avenue station area, so up around St. Augustine's, that action is already completed as proposed by council. And then a handful of individual sites have been acted on by council already, listed here. I've talked to you about them on several occasions. These happened across a series of meetings. So what you have asked to discuss today are the middle stations 1, and the TOD in this area already was applied by council when you applied the bulk of the TOD in the corridor at a previous meeting. So just a reminder about where that is. And some context here. So in this area, New Bern runs roughly north-south. This is Wake Med on the south or east side of New Bern. The belt line is out here. And then this is Pear Tree. Just for a little bit of orientation there. And then what's left here for your consideration is changes to base and height of the zoning districts. So proposals here for residential mixed use, office mixed use, commercial mixed use, and we've done a height map color-coded for you like we did last time, showing you 3 stories in yellow, 5 in, we'll call this purple, 7 in a different purple, and then 12 in this baby blue. And the 12 there, I will note, there's existing 12-story zoning on this parcel here already. So it is following the pattern of what's already on the map. So that's the question for you today, how you want to act on base and height changes in the middle stations. And I can leave the height map up or the base and height, whichever you tell me what you need.
Do that one.
Go ahead.
Thanks for this. I think that's the handy map to stick with. Yeah, I think this section is largely we didn't hear a lot of public commentary on it during the public hearing. There's no NCODs. There are no single-family homes in the, is that true? No single-family homes, yeah, in this area. So I do continue to noodle on the 7 stories. It seems like below that, they are in timber, they can use a density bonus and stay in timber, or at the 12 stories, they're already in steel, they can use a density bonus and be in steel. This 7 seems to be the, one height where they're in timber at the base height, and to use a density bonus, they'd have to switch construction types. So that one continues to be just a source of consideration for me. So I think where I'm at is that adjusting those ones that are proposed at 7 to move them down to 5 and accept everything else as proposed. So that's kind of where I'm at, open to discussion.
Yeah, my only thing is where the OS7 is there, that it's WakeMed. They already have a facility there that's relatively new. And that going to OS7 matches the main site right across the street, which is OS7 as well. So with that, I mean, I don't see any, I just figure just match it. It's the same owner of the properties, especially where we have the blue OS7 there. Where we're looking at the red OSC at 7, I could live with 5, and RS as well as 5 is fine. It'll just match exactly what's behind it.
That's fine, I can live with that.
So the suggestion is,
So basically, we will
specific,
be
please.
changing, go to the next one, because that's space. Okay, so basically, the only change here is the part that's 7 stories that abuts, that part right there, is moving that to 5. And then everything else will be the same.
okay, is that a motion?
Well, you asked about the 12. The 12 is already, the part that's in white is already 12. So it'll fall in line with exactly what's there.
And the highway runs, so there's not single-family homes directly behind them that will be towered over or anything.
So that would be the motion, if y'all are ready. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 4th, 2024, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended actions.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, thank you. And then I am looking just for a little bit of guidance from you all for our next conversation. So all that's left, we've covered a lot of ground. So what's remaining is the Western Station area. This is Tarboro Street west to downtown. Base district and building height questions outstanding here, as well as the overlay. There are a couple of parcels here that are split by the NCOD boundary. Questions around changes to frontage, both green and detached. And then the question of base district changes within the HOD. Remember, that was proposal for a handful of parcels to go to DX that would allow a wider range of uses. So looking for, and I can show you a little bit of what that looks like on the map here. So the proposed TOD shown here. So this is Tarboro. This is the community center at Tarboro, St. Monica's. And then the post office and federal building downtown at the other end. And you can see in the green hatching where the TOD has already been applied. And then a question about base and height here. So nothing above 5 stories shown here. I have heard a little update on the DMV site. It sounds like that will close relatively soon. So opportunity pretty soon for you to be able to act there, because that's an outstanding part of this Western Station area. And then look at that height, right? So 3 is yellow, 4 in the peach or orange color, and then 5 in the purpley blue. So just looking for some advice from you about when you would like to see this back, and if there's any additional information you need for us to bring you before we come back to you.
We have Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Patton, then Councilmember Branch.
I was just going to add that I think this is the area that we're going to struggle with probably the most because of all of the existing residential and CODs, historic properties. My preference would be to be focusing on vacant land or existing underutilized retail spaces. I think that's probably the only appetite I personally have to proceed in this corridor, but I certainly think we've knocked out probably a lot of the bigger pieces already with the Explorer site and some of the other sites that are ready to partner for affordable housing. So for me, I would like to see if there's any remaining vacant parcels that ought to be included, or any remaining gas stations or surface parking lots or drive-throughs. But the remainder of it, I would prefer to just sort of put on ice, quite frankly.
I think we had that discussion. There was consensus on that. Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, similar. So I think that July 2nd during the day is probably tops. Then we can kind of clear the decks before the summer break. Property owners in the area know what's happening to their property. You all have spent a lot of time on this. You can put it to bed. But I would also, to sort of further what Councilmember Melton just said, love to see visuals of that distinguish single families from commercial, so that we can maybe action those in different ways.
Basically, the exact same thing that I have. Knowing this area, it's interesting because you have at least in the middle, you're going to have residential, then you're going to have a business, then you're going to have residential. But I think if we just pull that out, if the best you can, look at that and kind of go from there. And again, I think July 2nd is probably a good time to bring this one forward, and we can move on into a nice break. I would say peaceful, but I don't want to jinx it.
Have you gotten what you need?
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you so much. We'll see you in the afternoon on July 2.
All right,
Talk
do we
about-
have a date yet for the DMV closing?
I believe that there's a very good possibility that you will be able to act on July 2.
Okay, then I think we need to start thinking about when you would bring that back after break to discuss.
I think we can do it on July 2.
You can act, I believe you'll be able to act on July 2.
Will we have closed?
Yes,
by
ma'am,
then?
I believe you will have.
Okay, excellent. Then bring that back on the 2nd as well.
Don't want to
Thank you.
jinx that, but yes, I believe you'll
Yes,
have closed.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, next we have petition annexation AX 0424, Holden Road. And then there's also rezoning for that same address on Holden Road.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, Matthew Burns with Planning and Development. Yeah, these are combined slides for the annexation and rezoning. This last appeared as a special item on May 21st, and the applicants revised the request from a general use rezoning to a conditional use. And staff is recommending a public hearing date of July 2nd as well, and you have the option to choose between the afternoon session or the evening public comment session for those public hearings. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions?
I'm just going to recommend July 2nd during the day. There's not been a ton of community interest on this, and we just, being deferential to public comment, that'll be in the evening. So
Okay, is that a motion?
that's the motion.
Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have appropriation from council contingency.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Nick Sadler from Budget and Management Services. I am bringing back the May 21st, 2024 council contingency request that you all had. So Councilmember Harrison requested $15,000 for the Journeyman Triangle to support programming for youth and leadership development in Raleigh. Councilmember Jones requested $9,214 for Beautiful Broken Vessels, which supports domestic violence programming and prevention in the community. And then Mayor Pro Tem Melton requested $20,000 to support the LGBTQ Center of Raleigh for their care coordination outreach programming. So if you make this appropriation today, you would have approximately $7,000 left, $6,986 $1,000 left in your contingency that we would ask that you would, if you are wanting to appropriate that this year, that you ask us to bring something back at the next council meeting before the end of the fiscal year.
Let's take a vote on this first. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. I would like to, Activate Good had asked me to bring forward today a request for $10,000. I will modify that to $7,000, and that is for their Youth Corp summer program. I will share all that information with you, but they are looking to reach more of our young people and would have made this request. So I'll bring back more details next.
So I've received a request actually for 6,000, and my understanding from a conversation I had before we got up here, we may not exactly have 6. It may be a little less than that from what I've received, but I'll let you all figure that out, what the real numbers are.
So the real number is
It's 6,000.
6,986.
Okay. I was told different, so
Okay.
that's why I said I'll let y'all figure that out. 'Cause I was
Gotcha.
told different. But with that being said, the request is for KCSSU, who's working with young kids over the summer, as well as working with a college professor and helping them with their skills in reading and things of that nature. So it's a request for 6,000. I was willing to do 3,000, but I definitely want to put that request out there. I know your request basically takes the whole amount. My request takes the whole amount, so maybe somewhere we can split it.
Well, let's ask staff to look at that a little deeper.
That's fair.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So we'll just have to figure out another line item. I
Yeah,
mean, that's all we have in that balance. And I think the question that Councilmember Branch is speaking to was there might have been some remaining invoices for the event that we hosted that came out of contingency, I want to say from Councilmember Fort. Is that not what was raised this morning?
Okay,
Yes.
so we can check back around to see what that is, but to the manager's point, the remaining balance that we have is the 6,896, and we don't have another line item budgeted for council contingency, so we can work with the manager and bring something back.
And it might be
We may have to split the difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next is the Blue Ridge Corridor MSD ordinance, first reading.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Sadia Sitar from Budget and Management Services, back to talk about the Blue Ridge Corridor MSD's creation. Today, we are here to vote on property exclusion requests, as well as vote on the first reading of the ordinance for the creation of the MSD. If City Council may remember the last time we met, you asked us to exclude all residential properties from the map. That led to the exclusion of 318 individual parcels. So today, before we vote on the reading of the first ordinance for the MSD, we ask City Council to vote to exclude all of these residential properties as well. Before we do any of that, we did want to highlight an important point for all of you, which is in front of your screens at the moment. The last time we met, sorry, not the last time, but when we had City Council adopt the feasibility report for the Blue Ridge MSD, the rate that we thought we would adopt at was 3 cents. After excluding those 318 parcels, that 3 cents now does not get us to the $900,000 that was initially proposed in the feasibility study. That gets us to about $473,000 and change. So in order to meet that $900,000 requirement, the tax rate would then need to be 5.71 cents. So we wanted to be transparent with City Council and let you all know. And again, it's up to all of you to decide how you want to move forward with this rate moving.
Why is 900 a magic number?
It is not. So if you recall in the feasibility report, $900,000 was what was listed to manage the MSD. And that included all residential, commercial parcels. When we took out all the residential parcels, Mayor, that obviously brought down the amount if we keep it at 3 cents.
I think at this point, raising it would be improper.
Okay.
I think everybody's expecting the 3 cents. Now, that would bring in less money, but we're kind of looking this is a starter fund as well, a way to get this off the ground. So I would not be in favor of raising the rate. I think keeping it 3 cents makes the most sense.
Understood. We just wanted to be transparent with council. So today, the direction that we need from all of you is if you would like us to exclude any other properties, please let us know. If you'd like to move forward, we also need you to formally vote to remove any of the properties, as in formally vote to remove all the residential properties, and then formally hold the first vote for the creation of the MSD. So that is the direction that is needed from City Council this afternoon. And then based on if we receive the majority of votes today, then we'll bring back the second reading of the ordinance as a consent agenda item, just like we did for the downtown MSD for the June 18th meeting.
One of the things that did not get included that I asked for last time was that the residential units be brought back to council for consideration next year after the MSD does a lot more work in terms of developing partnerships and relationships and explaining to people the benefits. I think that has to be acknowledged somewhere in there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harrison and then Jones.
I am prepared to make the motion to remove residential, all the residential properties, which I believe is 318 from
Parcels.
the MSD. 318 parcels, thank you. So that's my motion.
Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. And now you're looking for?
Vote, the majority of you need to vote on the first reading of the ordinance as well. So.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so I spoke with Bandwidth last week about our decision to not include residential but to keep in commercial, and they explained the same thing that they said in their public comments about how 67% of the district is non-taxable because it's on state property or other reasons, and that the burden lies heavily on a much smaller portion of the district. My question is, does that bring in, this is for our city attorney, does that bring in your opinion, some legal ramifications that could be exercised since there's such a small portion of the district that's responsible for the entirety of that tax?
I certainly think that there is the possibility, but I think it would be more appropriate to discuss that in closed session. If that is a question, it would not really be prudent or appropriate to discuss that in open session, after which council could make a decision after the closed session.
Okay.
Councilmember Harrison?
Is it possible to have that discussion between the first and second reading so that we have that information?
I would recommend, if we're going to have that discussion, that we do that before you take action.
Okay. And if we were to have that closed session, could that be done today?
It's not noticed.
You certainly have a closed session scheduled for consultation with the attorney, which this would fall under that. You have a couple other items as a part of your closed session. I don't know that staff can necessarily be ready to answer all of your questions. So it would be my recommendation that you refrain from taking action today in order to facilitate the closed session, and then council take action.
Not sure that's possible with our time frame. Can I get?
It's not.
Yes, unfortunately, I do not think that's possible. If we want to adopt the creation of this MSD with the fiscal year 25 budget, we need to have the first reading today, this was June 4th, and then the second reading by June 18th. Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
I will say that, I don't want to put the city attorney's office and staff under the gun of trying to give us a really quick answer. I'd rather them have the opportunity to do the research on it. Understanding the timetable that staff is under, this has sort of been out there, for a while. And I know that for me personally, the issue was removing the residences, which has been taken care of. But I think we move forward, understanding that the business community may have some objections to it. But I think at this point, staff has done all this preparation that we probably should go ahead and take action. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I would just also add to confirm it does not take effect until after the second reading. So if we did the first reading and vote on it today, if for some reason majority of the council changes their mind, it could fail at the second reading and never takes effect. Okay. I would be prepared to at least do the first reading today because we're on this timetable, and this has been out there for a while.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple questions that might go beyond, I guess, our decision today. In terms of, if this is approved and we move forward to do an RFP to find a vendor to, provide the services, I just want to make sure that they're, on the board, whoever is going to be managing this entity, that those that are being taxed, especially those that are paying, some of the highest amounts, have a voice on that board and have leadership there. And I also want to ensure that residents that, if there is an interest in adding residents into the future, that they also have a voice and position in the management of that entity. And so I don't know how we make that, clarity here. But that's something I would want to see in the RFP in terms of how we are selecting the vendor or manager of this MSD.
We do issue the RFP.
That is correct.
So we can include that in there.
I'm going to defer to the city manager for this.
We can make the request when we put out the RFP for the solicitation for a manager of the district and stipulate it that way, but these tend to be affiliated with a board that is independent from the city. Just speaking to the ones that we currently have, those appointments, the city may have an appointment authority or an ex officio or ad hoc member on those boards, but that is the administrator of the MSD typically sets up their board. But we could make the request that there are certain memberships on the board.
I think if we make that request, like we have in the past indicated when we want to see representatives included in certain areas, so I think that would make sense.
Yeah, I think another item for the RFP that I would like to see is that there is discussion about what contributions that whoever runs this district is going to be seeking from non-exempt properties, because there are a lot of those in this district, and I think that's been a point of questioning. So that would be another piece I'd like to see. How are they addressing that?
Okay, do we have a motion for the first reading?
Motion to approve?
Second by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, Councilmember Patton opposed. Everybody else in favor on the first reading. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have our transit fares strategy discussion.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, David Eatman, Transportation. So today we will be talking about a fare strategy for the Go Raleigh system. As we go through the presentation, I'm going to go through some slides fairly quickly because we saw these the last time I spoke with you early. But we're going to talk about pre-COVID fares, our 2025 fares that are budgeted this year, another option for some adjusted fares, additional options for choosing a path forward, and then if we do that, next steps. So real quick, we are talking about Go Raleigh, our fixed route bus system. Just a few stats here, not going to go through all this, but we did provide a little over 4.5 million trips in '23, and an average cost per trip of $7.50 currently, but that is across all of our routes. We do provide ADA access system, so that is a program for our persons with disabilities. A little over 800,000 trips, $23 per trip for that. You may think that that's a lot more than our fixed route, so it's not apples to apples, obviously, but that is actually a very good rate nationally and within our own region. So a very efficient system.
Bus fares currently. So this is just a snapshot, mostly of pre-COVID, but the best data we could get. To the far right, you see Go Durham at $1. We have Go Raleigh at $1.25, and then we have other systems you can see in North Carolina, ranging all the way up to our larger national systems such as Portland and Washington, things of that nature. But certainly within our region, we're still fairly low where their existing pre-COVID bus fare was at $1.25. Go Triangle Board of Trustees did vote to increase their fare to $2.50 starting July 1. That is a regional system, so not apples to apples necessarily, but they did do away with their express fare and went with just more of a regional fare, flat fare across the system. So what was our fare structure before COVID hit? Again, $1.25 for our base fare, and that's an important number, and you're going to hear me reference base fare a lot during the presentation. And then our ADA access trip, which is $2.50. We're mandated we can't charge more than twice our base fare for our ADA services, so that does cap that out at $2.50. And then we have always offered a range of passes, whether that's a day pass, a weekly pass, or a monthly pass, throughout the network. And when you see those special categories there for seniors and children, we'll talk more about those in just a moment. So some of the things that were available, not all of them were implemented because they were very new, but some of the technologies that were available before COVID were certainly fare capping. That's actually implemented within our mobile ticketing. We didn't deploy that. We were literally hours away when COVID hit, and we had to shelve that until the time if and when we return to fares. We certainly have agency pass discounts for bulk purchases. And we have existing free fares for seniors, student Go Pass, and youth, and Medicare half fare, which is a federal requirement. So that's across all systems in the United States that receive federal assistance. Go Raleigh fares, a lot of information here, but the two big takeaways is 32% of all of our ridership rode free through existing programs pre-COVID. Approximately half of that 32% we actually got paid for because the rider didn't pay that. We actually had contracts with agencies for that revenue. So we were being paid even though the riders did not ride, so somewhere around 18, 20% potentially. Then another 12% of our ridership rode half fare. So if you do not qualify for our Access ADA program, you can still get a half fare on our regular fixed route bus with a proof of a disability. And so we offer that half fare discount as well as, again, as we stated earlier, for the Medicare. Any Medicare card holder can ride for half fare. So FY 2025 budgeted fare structure. So this is going to be the same as I just said. We did use our pre-COVID fare structure as we thought about generating revenue if we reinstate fares. So again, the $1.25 base fare and the $2.50 ADA access fare. So what were the assumptions? Very conservative assumptions. You have to realize we only budgeted 9 months of revenue within FY 25 because we know that there's a 60 to 90 day period of just education, making sure that people understand what are their options, how do they receive a pass. We're going to talk more about a transit assistance program here later in the presentation. So we want to take that first 60 to 90 days to make sure that people understand all of their options. But under the fixed route, we budgeted $1.2 million. And under the access program, $600,000. So that's the year one, and we know that year one, we've never skipped fares for 4 years, then reinstated and try to project that. That's unprecedented. So just very hard to project that. But FY 26 and beyond, we know that even under normal elasticity models, which means that if you raise a fare by 20%, initially you may get a 10% return, but in years 3, you're up to the full 20% return on fare increase. It just takes time to get there. So as we think about 26 and beyond, the potential revenue that we're looking at would be $3 million under the fixed route and $1 million under the access program, which would provide about a $4 million additional revenue source in 26 and beyond. Again, maybe not all of that in 26, but certainly as you reach that third year, you're starting to reach that plateau of maximizing your actual fare recovery. So also additional budget assumptions. So we know that during the last presentation, we explained that with inflation, the end of the COVID funding that's available to us, that we did have a general fund contribution of $8.2 million within this year's budget in FY25. That is 8.2 over what was in last fiscal year's budget. Without fares, then that would go to 10 million, and our total general fund contribution is about 22.7 million. But realize that Go Raleigh does have a $60 million budget. So out of our 60 million, about 22, a little over, almost 23 million is general fund, federal funds, and Wake Transit. So those are there's a lot of other revenue sources there, but if you had to take the big three blocks, those are the big three blocks. As we think about FY26 and beyond, there as well. So every year we have inflation, and if you have 2% inflation, that's a good year. During COVID, transit was seeing 7 or 8% inflation across some of our major cost drivers. But as you look at 2% inflation on our budget, that would just take, just on the 22.7 million, that's about 450,000 annually that just has to grow just to meet that inflationary increase. But if we also didn't have fares, then you're looking at that 4 million that I was talking about in those out years, plus the 450,000 that comes with the inflation. So you're looking at about 4.5 million that it would take in 26 and beyond, and that's above the 8.2 that we got injected with this year. So you just thinking about that inflation, another option that's out there for council to just consider is a fare increase of 25 cents on the base fare. That would take the base fare from $1.25 to $1.50. That would take the ADA access trip fare from $2.50 to $3. And then all of our past categories would rise on that 20% increase incrementally across the network as well. Inflation adjusted, again, very modest increase if you were to implement something like that in FY25. You're only looking at $180,000 in that first year, but really in those out years is where you see that revenue growth. Again, elasticity model, you're going to see that $800,000 return on that fare increase because of that inflation, which we know is going to happen from an annual increase basis. So the main three options, and we're going to see these again, so I'll certainly put these up at the end as well, but certainly the main options out there are remain fare-free, as we are today, implement our pre-COVID fare structure. That is what the FY25 budget contains. It contains those fares, base fare for Go Raleigh and Go Raleigh Access, as well as our fare categories, and then all of our technologies that are out there is now like fare capping and mobile ticketing, all of that. So that would come with any type of fare increase. And then the third option would be increase the base fare by 25 cents, which is 20% total. And so that would align us closer to our peers and cover costs associated with our fare collection fees. That's not a huge amount, but we are expecting about $150,000 annually just because of the new technologies. New technologies do take software, software cost, and in prior years, I would say that we could get contracts for software, and they were annual contracts or multi-year contracts. It seems that most software companies now like per transaction fees. And so at the end of the day, you end up paying a little more, but it's just based on utilization instead of a flat fee per year. Additional considerations, again, I talked about, we will have these things ready if we decide to move forward with implementing fares, mobile ticketing, income-based fare program. Talk about that in a moment. A couple of things from the Transit Authority in May. Transit Authority just wanted the council to be aware and wanted to touch base and relay this information, but certainly the Transit Authority voted on May 9th to charge fares on the R line. That was their determination that they would make a recommendation to council to charge a fare on the R line. That has traditionally been free since I think that began February 14th of 2009, but has been free since that time. But That's what the Transit Authority voted. ADA access, RTA voted also to charge $1.25 versus the $2.50 fare that was pre-COVID. Please understand that that 50% cut in the access would have a $300,000 impact in year one and about a $500,000 impact in years beyond, in 26 and beyond, that is. So next steps, we are working on the low fare program, working with our partners over at Go Triangle. This will be a simple application process. We're working with all of our continuum of care providers, as well as our regional call center will be helping with this. So individuals that meet a 150% of the poverty level at a family level, which I believe is 35,000 or below, would qualify for this program, on top of all of our other programs that you saw earlier. But they could receive an annual, basically what would be an annual pass for the transit system. Again, we're working with Go Triangle on this and rolling this out. And we do have our partners really excited about this. They historically had bought many of those reduced fare day passes. And so instead of doing that, they're going to utilize this program and help us distribute passes, as well as get individuals that may have phones which are connected to Wi-Fi or cellular. They could actually use it on their phone on an app. So again, a great program opportunity here. Let me back up. We are proposing that the access system would also be eligible for this. That may have some impact on our revenue generation for the access program, as many as our persons with disabilities would meet that qualification. But we do think it's important to see that across the board, that eligibility for the program. And base fare considerations, I did show this back in March, but any fare increase above pre-COVID levels is really hard to project right now. Fare elasticity is tough to predict since we've been out of fares for 4 years. We're predicting a very modest increase in year one, but certainly we're going to see that rebound in years 2, 3 very quickly. Contractual opportunities for our base fares remain best opportunity for revenue growth. Again, if we don't have a base fare, we can't have someone else, we can't contract with someone else to pay it. So under that opportunity, whether it's employers, universities, any entity that has the interest in utilizing transit and offering that service, we can contract with. 20% increase in fare may result, again, as I stated earlier, in a minimal increase in year one, but we would see steady growth beyond that. I'm not going to read through these. I talked about these again back in March, but certainly as we roll anything out, we're going to have a robust communications effort trying to hit every possible avenue to communicate. And timing, we have been working on this, quite honestly, since January 1. Operationally, we've been getting ready programmatically with the new low-income fare program, things of that nature. We've been getting ready. So we are ready for a July 1. I would say it's a July 1 soft start. Again, we want to make sure that everyone understands the program, and it's really about education in those first months. And then as we work our way into the fiscal year, we would start being more serious about charging fares and just making sure that people have the access to services that can make sure that they get hooked up, whether it's one of our existing programs or whether it's the Transit Assistance Program, which is going to be the name for our low-income fare program, that they have those resources. Again, these are the 3 options. Again, I'll leave this slide up for the end of my presentation, but I'll be happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Fort, then Harrison. I have some questions as well.
I didn't see it in the slides. I know I mentioned the last time that you were before us about working with the Wake County Public School System to make sure that they're partnered with, the free fares for students. They, really had some challenges with getting kids to school, so definitely want to make sure that they are one of the partners that we're communicating that service is available, especially for high school kids, because there's so many stops around a lot of the high schools, but I just want to put that back on your radar.
Most definitely. That is part of the Wake Transit Plan as well. So we actually get paid for those trips through our Youth Go Pass program. So our travel demand management team does go out to schools and markets that program, try to get as many students as possible to ride transit. So very much so, we would be cranking that back up for sure.
Okay, Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to lift up, we did receive a letter, email from the Raleigh Transit Authority just now with some additional recommendations. I think most of them are covered, but I just want to lift up a couple items. They do mention ensuring that these low-income programs are in place prior to fares being required to ride the bus. So can you just walk me through, someone shows up, all of a sudden, maybe let's say they didn't realize there's fares, what is going to be their experience in the 60 to 90 day period?
Yeah, I would say certainly to start with, you have someone show up to the bus, doesn't have a fare. They were here 3 months ago, fare wasn't required. We're going to have basically in our schedule holders, we'll have cards in English and Spanish that says everything that a website they can go to, a number they can call to find out information on what might be the best fare option for them. That could be anything from mobile ticketing fare to a true transit pass, the gamut. So that's kind of the step one. Certainly beyond that, we want to make sure the continuum of care when it comes to our low income or transit assistance program, that we're working with them very closely, because they're going to be working for any incoming clients that come in. This is going to be their resource for transportation. So they're going to help us make sure that those individuals are aware of their options for transportation at that level. But again, I think whether it's someone on a platform at a Go Raleigh station and our supervisors helping navigate the system, and that's really that over that 3-month period, it's going to take a lot of extra effort on the part of our staff to make sure that people are aware of this and what their options are. Certainly our ticket windows are a resource. Our 485 RIDE, that's our regional call center number. It's going to have all of the information as well. So just a few examples.
So will they be required to pay during that initial period?
No. I mean, I would say that we would encourage, once we get into like the 60 to 90 day period, we're going to be stressing heavily. It's probably time to start finding a fare that works for you. We think there will be one, but certainly I think the first 60 days for sure is just all about education.
No one will be refused service. That's
exactly
what I want to ensure.
Yeah, for sure.
And a couple other questions here. I did note you had, I think in your slides, also the recommendation from RTA around reduced prices for paratransit riders. I do think that's very important from an equity standpoint and folks who absolutely require these services. So I would be in support of that. And then also something mentioned in their letter that I don't think I saw here was the idea of some additional funding sources like a transit fund to help pay into the future some of the costs that we are going to see coming. So I think they're trying to think about, into the future, how do we pay for this system? They mentioned something similar to our stormwater fund, that kind of everyone in the city pays towards. I don't know where those conversations have been at.
Madam Mayor, if I may. So I think long-term, one of the big revenue sources is the Wake County Transit Plan. Any new services that's roll out, the Wake County Transit Plan is covering that and implementing and rolling out and things. So as far as a fund for citizens to pay, I would say ride the bus is a great way to really mitigate a lot of things that we're having. Because the Wake County Transit Plan is a tax, a sales tax that we have right now that is coming in for transit to cover all growth. It's covering BRT growth and everything else that's happening.
That's our local match.
Yeah.
For all these things. It was approved by the voters in 2016, and it's a half-cent sales tax. Okay.
So I wasn't trying to be pointed when I said ride the bus, but there is no vehicle per se to give into because we already have the Wake County Transit Plan that's receiving the funds that's being implemented within our system.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Black.
A few things. I'm looking at the letter we did receive from the chair of the Raleigh Transit Authority. And regarding this fund, one of the suggestions was like a place where we could accept private donations, like if a corporation wants to pay towards transit improvements or a fare-free program. I don't know if we have that vehicle in place already, for lack of a better word, but I do think it's worth exploring a place where we could accept that kind of monetary assistance. And so I'm not sure that that's something that needs to be fully figured out right now, but I do think it's a good idea to help. The other piece is, I've been very vocal in support of fare-free transit since before 2020, and I think when COVID happened, it was, for lack of a better word, an opportunity to implement it because we had to, and then we've just kept it in place because we've seen the benefits. I think, unfortunately, what I've been hearing from operators, users, business owners, a multitude of folks, is that there have been challenges that have emerged from being fare-free for so long, unintended consequences. And if the bus isn't safe, then the folks who operate the bus are not going to want to continue to be employed in that capacity, and then the buses don't run. And then the folks who are using the bus, if they don't feel safe, unless they're a need-based rider, they're not going to choose to use the bus, and then the need-based rider is going to have a very uncomfortable and terrible experience. We don't want that. And we obviously want folks in and around our transit centers to feel safe. And so I do think some structure in the system would be helpful. I'm still very supportive of the concept and goals associated with fare-free transit, which is reducing barriers to access and then increasing equity and ridership. And I do think if we can get the technology implemented, one of the biggest barriers for choice riders before, aside from the fact that our frequency isn't great in a lot of areas, and we're working on that too, was that if you didn't have a prepaid fare card that you can only buy in certain places, or $1.25 in your pocket, you really couldn't ride. And so if we can get this technology implemented where folks who can afford to ride the bus can tap their credit card, tap their cell phone, tap their Apple Watch. I've used this in other cities and other systems. It's seamless, it's so fast, it's almost as quick as not paying anything to get on the bus. And then if we can have a robust system in place for folks who do qualify, to be able to get the fare assistance, fare capping, and fare equity, then I think we've accomplished all the goals of fare-free in just a more roundabout way to address some of these unintended consequences. So I will support bringing fares back. My preference would be to bring them back in their pre-COVID fare structure, at least for the first year. If that's what's already baked in our budget, I would be comfortable doing that, particularly because it's going to be a change, and I don't want it to be too much change too quickly. But I also would want to make sure that we are implementing all of that technology on all the routes before we draw that hard line that says you've got to pay the fare now. So as long as we will have a soft landing and rollout for these fare capping and fare equity programs, and we get this technology on all of our systems, then I'm ready to support moving back towards fares in this way.
Councilmember Black.
Greetings. So I also support a fare-free structure, but I understand that there are mitigated risks that are really feeding into why we are looking at fares and just balancing the different aspects of what needs to happen in order to keep things going. So the question I had is specifically around the low-income program, and I know it's new and that you spoke to it briefly, but you said, I just wanted to get a clarifying point before I ask any more questions. It's 150% for a family?
That's correct. So it doesn't match up if you Google it, like 100% of the poverty level for a family, and that's a federal definition and not a regional definition. It's going to be a little less than 35,000. We rounded that number to 35,000, rounded up.
Is that for a family of four?
I think that it uses the national average for family size. So that's probably like, at one point, I don't know that anymore, at one point it was like 3.2. But it does make modifications for the number of family members. So it is a little bit, I can provide more information, but it would depend on the number of family members. So as the number of family members grows, that number would grow as well. Now, if you have Medicare, or if you have SNAP or EBT, you're automatically qualified. But just beyond that, individuals would just report their family income. If they're below the threshold, then they would be eligible for the pass.
I'm curious because I'm thinking about many of the service workers that we have who are they don't have kids and they're like myself. I'm 30 now, but people in their 20s who are working in the service industry, they take public transportation to get to and from work pretty regularly, and they're probably making, like myself, less than $30,000 a year. So I'm just trying to understand if people without kids would be included in that understanding of a low income program, because I think we're really missing an opportunity if they're not. We have a lot of people here who are under the age of 35, no kids yet, and do work in and around downtown that use public transportation that may not hit those income targets. So I'm just curious. I just wanted to understand more about that. And so if you could get me some more information about that so we can understand that specifically for like the different, like if there are no kids, if there's 2 people, if there's 3 people, if there's 5 people, maybe 7, just so I can understand that as we're going into this, like bringing in the fares conversation for the fiscal year budget for next year, this year into next year. One of the other things that I think has not been mentioned is when we talk about looking at students, we're talking about high school students, but not also college students. So I would be curious to see if there's some structure that could exist for the number of college students that we have in the area. And I know NC State has its own like bus system, but that doesn't account for colleges like Meredith, William Peace, Shaw, or St. Aug, who also live in the area. So I was just curious to see if we can look at a student program that also looks at college age students or students who are in college in the area.
I was going to share that historically we've had a pass. What we do is we reach out to the university and we work with the university, and they would get passes that they can distribute to their students.
Are we doing that again?
That is correct. Depending, certainly we're moving forward. Have already been in contact with NC State and Wake Tech. They have historically been our 2 largest Go Pass utilizers. We've also had Go Pass with Shaw.
St. Aug.
I think St. Aug at one point as well. So most of the universities, I'd say, we have touched within Wake County in some way. But that does fall under that Go Pass agreement where we work with the school to come up with a rate. So again, the student just knows that they're able to ride, and then we receive that payment through that contractual arrangement with the entity.
Okay, cool. And then final thoughts, and this is just like imagination thoughts. One of the things that I see a lot of are grant opportunities for different like public entities across the country who are doing like reconstruction, reparative work around different programs. So has Go Raleigh, the transit people who are looking at this program, have they looked into possible grant opportunities for funding mechanisms or structures for the future?
I would say that we do a pretty robust search of grant opportunities, but I could never say that we have seen them all. I would say also, though, that operating opportunities are much more difficult than capital opportunities. A lot of times that we can find grants that give us the resources to do things, but we have to find the money in order to actually implement it, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
So, but certainly if anyone has any ideas, we write a lot of applications for grants,
Yeah.
and
Maybe
we're certainly
I can share
interested.
some stuff with you. I
Most
think,
definitely.
if you have opportunities to do more like novel or something that's really like getting to the heart of needs, I think there's more opportunity to like come up with new ideas or structures. But that's good to hear that you guys are kind of looking into grants already, with thinking about how much money is required for some of this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention too that pre-pandemic, we saw employers downtown purchasing passes for their employees. So I expect that we'll see that again. Councilmember Patton.
Hi, thanks. I've got several comments, but just one question. I just wanted to check my understanding. The subsidy that was already previously provided for seniors and children, that subsidy is coming from the Wake Transit Plan, or?
So the seniors is a policy. The youth is actually a Wake Transit Plan funded element. So we know when a youth rides because they have a particular pass, or in the case of a mobile ticketing, it may be a particular QR code that they're eligible with. And so we know the numbers that are there. So the seniors is policy, and then the youth is actually a reimbursable.
Got it, understood. Okay.
Now, children under the age of 12 are free, so that's policy. So you've got under 12 policy, over 65 policy, that age in between. That's where we look for those opportunities for contractual, whether it's the WIC transit plan or whether it's a Go Pass with a company or a university.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, yeah, and then just some comments. I also think exploration of this sort of like transit fund that would allow private contributions to the greater good is worth exploring. I've been pretty vocal that I have a lot of heartburn about returning to fares, knowing that we haven't returned to pre-pandemic levels, but we can reasonably assume that people who are still using the bus are lifeline users and not at like the choice riders are probably that last piece that to get us to the pre-pandemic levels. And so I've had a lot of heartburn about it, but there's some grinding realism when you show that the cost of a trip is $7.50 or $23 for a paratransit trip. So trying to come to some comfort with it. I think for myself, I appreciate that baked into the budget is the pre-pandemic fare. I think certainly these are not etched in stone, and we can continue to edit and iterate, but while we're bringing them back for the first time, not also increasing the price, I think is like the fairest and most humane thing to do. I appreciate RTA's recommendation that the paratransit would be at the same rate, $1.25. I know that's not what's proposed in the budget, but I thought I would have some comfort with that and be comfortable asking to find some alternate funding strategies to make up that $300,000 that you referenced. I don't know where the sentiment lies across the table. And then I'd just ask, as you build it out, like the actual sort of user experience for the low-income program, that we just make it as least onerous as possible. I think having tried to qualify for some federal funding, like assistance programs, or even fill out the FAFSA to go to college, like sometimes you take like a blood oath, it just feels, it's like very, very onerous. So if we could make it as streamlined and as least intrusive as possible.
That is the goal, most definitely. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, David, I have a couple of questions. First, I'd like to know what the ridership, if you could keep us updated on what ridership is on the R line.
Okay.
Because I saw the first person on a bus today, and it's been since it started. They're pretty empty, and I'm wondering if the need is still there. The second question I have is, at one point, we were talking about more of a service between Midtown and downtown, and I'm wondering what happened with that in that conversation. So if you could maybe, I don't know if you have an answer now, or if you could update us in the manager's report, I'd like to get an update on that.
So I don't have an answer, but just to let you know, we have been working on some strategies for different areas within Raleigh with our bus operations team. So certainly a manager's update would be great. I can consult with them, find out where they are, and we can provide some information, most definitely.
Okay, thank you. One more question, Councilman Branch?
Just sometime probably in the future, in the fall, can we have a presentation around looking at routes and more crosstown? I know one of the things we talked about pre-COVID was looking at crosstown routes and, improvements to the overall system. I think it would be good for the entire council to be aware of that information, of the overall improvements and things that we're looking as far as transit long-term. So I don't know where it will fit on the agenda, but at least I say it's somewhere in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have 5 items today, but we promised to move swiftly. The first of which is presented by Kate Pierce from PRCR. She's going to talk to us about lease agreement that we have with the state for some properties on the Dix Park site.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kate Pierce here with Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Just want to bring to your attention the request for a third amendment to the 10-year leaseback with the state of North Carolina. As a reminder, the city of Raleigh purchased the Dix Park property on July 24th, 2015. At that time, we entered into a leaseback agreement with the state for a 10-year term expiring on July 23rd, 2025. This past fall, the Council of State voted to amend and extend their leaseback term for 18 months until January 23, 2027 to accommodate their move to their new headquarters on Blue Ridge Road. And so as the other party to that agreement, we need to approve, or hopefully council will approve amending the 10-year leaseback agreement to extend the lease with the Department of Health and Human Services to January 23rd, 2027. In addition to that, we are proposing a fourth amendment to the leaseback agreement. So in our purchase, the state at any time can surrender portions of the leased premises, and they have offered to early surrender a number of buildings, including the Brown Building, the Scott Building, the Lineberger Building, and several cottages highlighted on this map. So this item is to both approve the and authorize the mayor to execute amendment to the 10-year leaseback to extend the term, and to authorize an amendment to memorialize the release of a number of buildings to the city. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Councilmember Jones.
Thank you so much for this. With the buildings that we would be taking on early, where does the funding come to sustain those buildings?
So there's a couple of resources, which you'll hear in the next agenda item. We intend to lease one of those buildings directly to the Dix Park Conservancy to take that off of our books. We also intend to remove a couple of those structures, the cottages and the Scott Building, so that we are not responsible for the operational costs of those buildings. And we have money potentially in the FY25 budget to continue that abatement and demolition work. And then the third is the Lineberger Building, which we have identified funding in both the bond and the FY25 budget to upfit that for staff.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I'm ready to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
And then the next item, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say Kate has the next item.
Now we've got some buildings, and what are we going to do with them? So the next item is our agreements with the Dix Park Conservancy. And so we are looking to, here we go. One is establish an umbrella agreement for concessions at the park. So if you recall at your November 21st meeting, you authorized us to negotiate a concessions agreement and leases with the Dix Park Conservancy. We notified the public of the lease intent on May 23rd, 2024. And basically what this is doing is a couple of different things. One, the overall concessions agreement grants the Conservancy the right to manage and provide food, beverage, and merchandise sales in the park. With the leases, we are giving them an exclusive right to sell food and beverage in the park within those leased premises, and a non-exclusive right in other areas of the park. So we'll be supplementing with food trucks and other vendors. And so this item has a number of components, but it is a concessions agreement with the Dix Park Conservancy and associated leases to operate a food and beverage program. And at the same time, we are asking for a mutual consent to terminate the Conservancy's lease of the chapel. So last week, they opened the stone houses. They're going to move their offices from the chapel to the stone houses. And then they are going to, the city already operates this building, but they will donate all the office furnishings back to the city. And the chapel will remain a city office, not a Conservancy office.
Okay, Councilmember Black.
What are the stone houses?
Yes, so the stone houses are 3 historic buildings that the Conservancy renovated with funding from the State Employee Credit Union, and they opened last Friday, and we can send some more information, but it is the Conservancy's new headquarters, a welcome center, and a staff office that they will also provide staff or office space for city staff.
Were they the houses that were already there?
Yes.
Okay.
The 3 big ones when you kind of come up the hill.
And aren't they doing an arts kind of place where artists can come in and do
Yes,
their work?
as well, the second house, which will have city staff offices, will also have an artist in residence program.
They did a great job. Came out beautiful.
They are beautiful. So this item is to authorize the city manager to execute all the instruments, including the concessions agreement and the leases for the House of Many Porches, the Brown Building, and the Flower Cottage, and to terminate the lease for the Dix Park Chapel.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve. You have a question? Okay.
Yeah,
Councilmember
a
Patton.
handful.
Sorry, do you have a question too?
First question, what happens to the revenue from the concessions?
Great question. So the way we've currently structured it is that the revenue will go into a capital maintenance fund to first support the concessions operations. And then if there is anything over and above, there would be a renegotiation. But the idea is the revenue goes into a fund to maintain the buildings, support the concessions operation. And if for whatever reason it's the most popular place in Raleigh, then we'll renegotiate where those revenues go.
And will the Conservancy administer those funds?
Yes, and they will report annually to the city on the profit and loss statements.
Okay. And so that capital maintenance is only for these 3 buildings?
Correct.
For which they have an exclusive
Correct.
concession? Okay. So would just capital improvement, capital maintenance on Flower Cottage, Brown Building, and the House of Many Porches?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, okay, so then the chapel, sorry, it was the slide. Anyway, so right now there's city staff offices in there, but in the foreseeable future, staff offices will be in the Lineberger building?
Yes, yes.
So then what will the chapel do?
The chapel will become largely an event center. And so, for example, do we reprogram some of that back space for more event support services, or do we keep city staff? That's a good question. The idea is that most staff move into the Lineberger building, and the chapel becomes more of an event venue.
Okay. And there will be fees?
Yes,
fees
there
on the
already
space.
are fees. Yes, yep.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, motion to approve?
Second.
The recommended action? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you, Kate.
Thanks.
The next item is being presented by Megan Anderson from the Office of Sustainability, and she's going to talk to us about a beautification program with the Great Raleigh Cleanup.
Before we get started, I do serve on this board, so I do need to recuse myself for this vote. So I can just walk out now, or do I stay? I don't know the rules on this.
Well, we have to make a motion to recuse you, so I'll do that. Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay. We'll call you back in.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Very excited to be here today to present this item to you. I'm going to present briefly, and then the real star of the show is here, Preston Ross, the Executive Director of Great Raleigh Cleanup as well. So if you have any questions for either of us, we'll be happy to answer those as well. All right, so we'll jump right in. So for the agenda today, I'm going to give you a little bit of a brief overview on our pilot program with the Great Raleigh Cleanup. And then you'll see you have 2 items in the agenda for your review and approval, number 3 and 4 there on your agenda. The first is to authorize the contract and the associated budget amendment for continuing the program with Preston and team. And the second is for a vehicle donation and the associated resolution to complete that as well. And I'll review both of these in more detail. So as council is aware, through the funding you provided, the city partnered with Preston on a pilot program called The Workforce that employs people experiencing homelessness to work on beautification projects in Raleigh. I'll review the results of that pilot here shortly and talk about our collaboration with many departments, the Great Raleigh Cleanup, and other partners to continue this pilot into a program. The pilot phase of this beautification program focused on building relationships with community members experiencing homelessness who were interested in and able to work with the city and the Great Raleigh Cleanup on various beautification projects across Raleigh. The Great Raleigh Cleanup partnered with A Place at the Table to recruit and identify participants who were interested in working with the Great Raleigh Cleanup. And the participants were paid an hourly living wage and provided a meal at Place at the Table as well. With the continuation of this program, the city, Great Raleigh Cleanup, and Place at the Table are interested in continuing to work with the workforce folks to better build resources and connections to their needs. This program is supportive of the many important values and missions of the city and our collaborators, including support for people experiencing homelessness and ensuring that Raleigh continues to be a beautiful, safe, and clean community for everyone. This program also supports the implementation of Raleigh's Community Climate Action Plan, which focuses on high-impact strategies related to addressing equity, building community resilience, community empowerment, and environmental stewardship, all of which are main facets of the workforce program, as well as the city's values. This collaboration is a perfect example of how we can make impactful change happen through great partnerships. The Great Raleigh Cleanup's mission is to embrace the power of community to ensure litter-free neighborhoods for all and to support environmental stewardship through empowering community members. And Preston was able to work with the Place at the Table to recruit the workforce participants. Place at the Table has already built strong and trusted relationships with this community. And they provide, they are Raleigh's first Pay What You Can cafe, which supports community members by providing meals for those that are food insecure, including those experiencing homelessness. So now I'll share some of the results and impact from the pilot. So the pilot phase of the program received a lot of positive feedback from all the collaborators and the participants. The pilot employed 18 residents who worked 400 hours for a living wage at a rate of $18 per hour, which is $7,200 in wages. The program participants removed 7,670 pounds of litter and 74 shopping carts. Program participants reported that this program provided valuable support for them through various channels, including the ability to get needed daily essentials and supplies, temporary housing, job experience to put on their resume, and the ability to access other programs that require you to show a proof of income, and a sense of pride and accomplishment. So as mentioned, this program is full of collaborations. I want to say a big thank you to and a shout out to all the 14 city departments that we've been working with to design and create this program past the pilot phase. Many of these 14 departments are here in the room today, and we are excited to continue our collaboration with Preston and his team. As mentioned, this program aligns with many of the city's top values and goals. We mentioned climate action and equity and our shared mission with local nonprofits to support the community in various ways. Another very important value for the city is to assist community members with resources that help them access affordable housing, including for people experiencing homelessness. As council has been discussing pretty often with the leadership of Emila and her team in housing and neighborhoods, we are also collaborating closely with Emila and the team related to design of this program. The workforce program does provide the city opportunities to build closer relationships and trust with people experiencing homelessness and connects the participants with day-to-day resources they need, which can put them on a path to housing. As council is aware through various pilots and programs that Emila's team is leading, homelessness is a housing issue, and with Emila's leadership and her work with other partners like Wake County, this program will indirectly support continued efforts to work on resources to better support pathways to housing and other needs that the workforce members identify. So here are a few details about the 2 items for City Council's authorization today. For the contract to continue for the workforce program, the contract includes cleanups along city locations like roads, waterways, paths, and other public areas, and other beautification projects. These funds will be used to employ people experiencing homelessness. The Great Raleigh Cleanup will conduct 60 to 80 or more cleanups per year, and with the flexibility to plan for standard cleanups and add larger or more complex cleanups as needed. And this initial contract is for a 2-year period for $195,000 with the option to renew each year for 3 or more years at $97,500 per year. And then a total not to exceed over 5 years of $487,500. For the vehicle donation, council typically sees these come through and approves them for various nonprofits. Vehicles are eligible for donation when they have been taken out of commission from the city fleet, are up for vehicle replacement, and are adequate in condition and purpose for the organization and their needs. There are two vehicles, specifically pickup trucks, as you see here, that the Great Raleigh Cleanup will use to support their ongoing operations. And then you'll see the actions for both of these are listed here, and they'll be on my last slide for your consideration. So after council authorizes the city manager to execute the contract and adopt the resolution for the vehicle donation, staff have some next steps. We'll work with Preston to develop a process for prioritizing and tracking project sites for beautification projects and cleanups. We'll develop a communications and outreach approach to inform folks about the program. And we'll continue to work closely with all the collaborators and follow Housing and Neighborhoods lead to build relationships and learn from workforce participants to better serve them on paths towards housing and other needs as well. So with that, here are the two council actions we talked about for your reference, and Preston and I are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, a couple. Hi.
Hi.
One thing I'll just reiterate, I think I've said this to you before, but I just did a quick Google search, and this very official carts4u.com suggests that a traditional grocery shopping cart is around $189. And if you rescued 74 of them, that's roughly $14,000 that was saved by those businesses that have recovered their shopping carts. So I do think that there's an incentive for businesses to participate in this program, and I hope that we'll explore opportunities for them to do so. I also got some community feedback regarding this, and I just want to lift up some of the questions that were asked. So this is sort of like a master services agreement, right? Like when the city notes a location that needs cleanup, then we'll call up to an amount. And is that, thinking about it like a master services agreement, is that a good way to think about it?
It's a good kind of comparison. I think this is a very unique program in lots of ways. And one thing I'll mention is we talked quite a bit about the unpredictability of what a cleanup looks like. For example, you might go somewhere and there's a very large pitch and very heavy items, and you have to get them up through trees and something to get it done. That might take a lot of people and a lot of time versus a flatter area or going into a stream with different equipment, different amount of people, different kinds of items. And so it can vary a lot on terrain, resources needed, amount of people, and time. And so we did try to kind of standardize that to leave flexibility, but also create a situation where there was a certain amount of cleanups that folks would do at a minimum, and then also leave opportunities for us to work with Preston if there's a really large cleanup of some sort that is needed as well.
Cool. And then this might be more questions for Preston. I would love to hear about like succession planning, ways that you're building in capacity. I know that I see you everywhere, Preston, like you're doing all of these, but you are just one human person. And so how are we planning for the future and for a program that exists beyond you?
That's a process of the Great Raleigh Cleanup right now, is to build it beyond me. It was so heavily dependent on me, and not just the workforce, but everything we do, our volunteer efforts, our recycling efforts, everything. We're in the process of figuring out what that looks like beyond us, beyond me. That was one of the reasons for that second request of the additional vehicle, is so that we have the resources for any and everyone to go out. I have members of my workforce now who I could confidently send out on their own to a certain location and know that impact will be made. I can be in one place and they can be in the other. So that is a process of the entire organization at the moment, is to figure out how it extends, how it impacts beyond me, and continues to grow and continues to be impactful and all of those things.
Got it. And then, and the details of this contract contain like enough flexibility for you to do that, to continue to build out this program?
Yes, unless you want to give me more.
And then Megan, for you, will there be council action? It's a 2-year contract with the option to renew. Are those renewals administrative, or will they be council action?
The amount, I believe they should be administrative at that point.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But of course, you're going to be hearing updates over time about how the program is going.
Got it. Awesome. And then I noticed all of our workforce participants are men.
Not all of them.
They're not, okay.
Karen has joined us. Karen joined us about 2 weeks ago and also participated in very intensive cleanups that we did along New Bern Avenue yesterday and today, removing nearly more than three-quarters of a ton of trash. So it's not a boys' club anymore, as I like to say.
Okay. And you do have plans to continue to work on gender parity?
Any and everybody's welcome. Most often, it is men who come to me seeking employment, but when we're at a place at the table, any and everyone who wants to work is ready to work.
Got it. Cool. All right, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Black?
Hi, you were at our committee meeting last Tuesday talking about some of the work that you were partnering with doing like stream cleanups and like helping us track the number of plastics, macro and microplastics. That was a tongueful, sorry. So I really appreciate the work. I've been aware of the Great Raleigh Cleanup for like some years now, being in the environmental sector. So I wanted the work. I've been aware of the Great Raleigh Cleanup for like some years now, being in the environmental sector. So I wanted to make the motion if we don't have any more questions.
Well, do you want to ask your questions first? Or do
Oh
you
no,
wanna
I was
make the
just
motion?
gonna say, I was just saying great job. Like I love it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
So I would like to motion to authorize the city manager to execute the contract with the Great Raleigh Cleanup in the amounts not to exceed $487,500 and the associated budget amendment for the workforce program, as well as adopt the resolution to donate 2 surplus vehicles to the Great Raleigh Cleanup with the estimated value of $10,000.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If somebody will get Councilmember Jones. And the last item has been brought to us today by Charnel Jones, our HR director. She will give us an update on our citywide leave policy 300-9A. We're twinning today.
I know, I didn't realize that. Good afternoon again, Mayor and council members. So today I will be presenting to you a revision of the HR policy 300-9A. And the revision of this leave policy will provide some language clarification and update to the city's leave types. Our agenda will include, again, going over the City Civil Service Commission's authority and jurisdiction, as well as overview of the changes to the leave policy, the Civil Service Commission decision, and implementation of those changes. So as we have previously brought forward, the Civil Service Commission acts as a grievance appeal board. The commission can affirm, modify actions over which it has jurisdiction, which is limited to hearing and deciding whether a policy violation occurred related to one of the items that are listed on the screen. Leave policy 300-9A was revised to provide an update for the recommended proposed additional leave types affected with the budget, also sunsetting of the additional sick leave, and to provide some language clarification was the rationale for the policy revision. So language was clarified in the policy to align with policy 300-1A, which is the HR program definitions, and also to provide some alignment with the current division name. So regular employees language was changed to permanent full-time employees, and fire suppression language was changed to fire operations division that work a 24-hour shift throughout the policy. As you're aware, it was brought to the city's attention that way in which additional sick leave had been calculated towards credible service under the local government employees retirement system was not in alignment with North Carolina General Statute 128-26E. As a result, Finance and HR worked through this and notified employees, and also Finance brought forward back to you administrative regulation that allowed employees that had accrued additional sick leave to swap sick leave, and this allowed employees to be able to maximize their time in this process. And based on that change of the calculation of additional sick leave for credible service, the policy has been updated to reflect the sunsetting of additional sick leave effective June 30th of 2024 and the removal of accrual of additional sick leave going forward. This in turn means that employees will stop accruing additional sick leave at those milestone years of 8, 15, and 25 on July 1st. However, employees will retain any unused additional sick leave that they have accrued or that's on the books. No additional sick leave will be paid upon an employee's separation from the city. Section 3.3.5 sick leave was revised to include additional leave type, bereavement leave, and permanent full-time employees will be able to take up to 3 days of bereavement leave and use up to 2 additional days of sick leave for a 5-day work limit per event, and that was updated in that section. Additionally, revision of section 4.4 holiday was clarified to provide language around the 410-hour work week schedule to include that department directors must receive approval for employees to be on a 10-hour per day, 4 days per week work schedule from the HR director, just because of the way holidays are calculated for those individuals that are on that schedule. So now we're to the additional of all the different types of leave types that we're adding with the budget. First is personal leave, and personal leave was added to include 3 days of personal leave for each permanent full-time employee, and personal leave may be used for individuals or family obligations, religious holidays, or any other matter that's of a personal nature. Those 3 days are equivalent to a person's normal 1 day of vacation accrual. So they'll get their 8-hour employee, they'll get the 8. If they're 24-hour, they'll get the 12 per each day. This leave will need to be requested and approved at least 1 week in advance by department director or their designee, and this leave will be awarded July 1st and thereafter on the employee's service anniversary in 2025. This leave does not count towards overtime and will not be paid out upon an employee's separation from employment. Well-being leave was also added to include 1 day of well-being leave for each permanent full-time employee, and this leave can be used for activities supporting the employee's physical, mental, and emotional well-being, and leave again must be planned and approved by department director or designee. This leave will be awarded on July 1st and thereafter on an employee's service anniversary date in 2025. This leave again does not count towards overtime, and it does not have any cash value upon separation from the organization. Bereavement leave was also added for permanent full-time employees, and employees will be eligible for up to 3 consecutive days off in the event of the death of an immediate family per incident. The last additional leave type was birthday leave, and this was added to include 1 day of leave equivalent to 1 day of an employee's vacation accrual for each permanent full-time employee, and this leave may be used for any reason related to their birthday. It also requires that an employee get approval 1 week in advance before taking off that leave time. This leave will be awarded July 1st and thereafter on the employee's service anniversary date starting in 2025. And again, it does not count towards overtime and is no cash value upon separating from the organization. The last addition or language clarification was under service to others leave. And that was section 6.4.7, and it was revised to include that an individual may volunteer at school events. Previously it just said primary schools, but now includes elementary, middle, or high school. So the policy revisions went before us, the Civil Service Commission on May 15th, and that policy was approved to move forward to City Council in a 5-to-1 vote. HR will work to communicate with employees of this leave via Loop and Corcon. Also, we're working on bringing back an employee handbook, so we'll be updated in that as well. And then also our business partners will be there for clarification on leave for employees. Questions?
Okay, Councilmember Branch and then Patton.
Just one question around the birthday leave. It states that it goes in effect July 1 of 2024. So you know where my question is going. Everyone who had a birthday prior to, how does that?
So we recognize that, so everybody will get it July 1. And so this leave, birthday leave, well-being leave, personal leave will kind of work like we do petty leave. It will roll off and it will be renewed on your anniversary date. So we understand that we're doing it mid-year. Everyone will be eligible to have that birthday leave on July 1st, although their birthday may have occurred in January. However, if they don't take it prior to that January of next year, it will roll off and they will accrue it again.
Okay, those January birthdays are important.
Yes, yes, they are. All months are important.
There you go. Good answer.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi, thanks for this. I have a handful of questions. First one being, who is covered under the bereavement policy in terms of which relationships?
It is immediate family, and that is aligned with policy 300-1A in that definition. So everyone that is included in there for immediate family, they are also covered under the bereavement leave. That does extend past mother, father, and step. It does also include aunt and uncle and cousin.
And then, can you remind me, with the extra sick policy that's sunsetting, what were the amounts that were awarded in 8, 15, and 25?
I don't have that right in front of me, but hold on 1 second. And I don't know the numbers right exactly.
Is Allison Bradshaw here to kind of help her out?
I have other questions I can ask while Allison's making her way over. Okay, so if I count this right, then there's a lot of different types of leave. There's 12 days of vacation leave, right? 1 per month, 12 days of sick leave, 13 holidays, now 3 days of personal leave, a day of well-being leave, a day of birthday leave, service to other leave. Then if you're a parent, you can have school involvement time, and then also petty leave and comp time. Is that all of them? Is that right? That's 10 types of leave?
Well, everybody doesn't necessarily get comp time,
all of
so I
those.
just want to clarify that. I don't want to
Okay.
include that in as a, like a holiday or leave type, but yes.
Was there any discussion about just kind of collapsing those all in? That's very complicated.
We thought about how complicated that may be for employees, but tried to align it with, again, like our petty leave, so it would just automatically be on the books and roll, and they wouldn't have to think about how it was being calculated or how it would be accrued. But there wasn't any conversations because each of the leaves have a different meaning instead of bucketing them together.
Got it. Okay. But on like the personal leave, the well-being leave, and the birthday leave, like the managers they're not really gonna probably in practice verify the different uses. Like, are you off today because you're taking a mental health day versus a personal day? Was there any talk about like collapsing that like these particular 5 days into one category of sort of discretionary leave? No.
The employee does a really good job of telling us what category all leave is coded. They let us know. It's not an issue.
I'm sure they're not. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
sure they're not like lying or withholding. I just wonder if it's needed, the separations.
And it's a lot, and I would actually say the employees ask for more. So I think this is like a happy median of what we've heard from some of the employee groups in the way of leave. And the only one that kind of rolls and has value is vacation and sick time. If you don't use those, you can use them towards credible time worked, your regular sick time. And then we have a cap for how many vacation days you can carry over for those of us that don't take vacation like we should.
And I did have the policy to reflect the additional sick leave days. I know you wanted to know what the
Yeah, that'd be
accrual
great.
was. So beginning at the 8th year of active service, a regular full-time city employee earns 5.44 days of additional sick leave per month for the next 12 consecutive months. And beginning at a 15-year of active service, a regular permanent city employee receives 5.44 days of additional sick leave per month for the next 12 months. And then at the 25th year of active service as a regular permanent city employee, an employee should earn 10.88 days of additional sick leave per month for the next 12 consecutive months.
Got it. Okay. Understood. Okay, and so this is replacing it with 5 additional days away from work, which over the life of a career would be 150 days. So that's roughly equivalent to those first 2 milestones, the 8 and the 15. Okay. If I've made my calculations right, then all of these all told together, it's like 44 days away from work in a year, which is about 3.6 days per month. Does that sound similar to your calculations?
Possibly, but everybody doesn't necessarily take their time. Some people save their vacation time because it does roll over after you get to a certain amount of time to count towards sick leave time, which goes toward credible service.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. We need to adopt the resolution. Do we have
Move for
a
approval.
motion? Okay.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
And that concludes my report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Design Review Commission.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Casey Evans with the Planning and Development Department. I serve as the staff liaison to the Design Review Commission, and I'm here this afternoon to welcome and introduce our Design Review Commission chairperson, Will Gaskins. He's served as the chair since early this year, and he is here this afternoon to present the Commission's 2023 annual report and their current work plan.
Thanks, Casey. Good afternoon. I'm going to be concise. You've got the full report. If you want more detail, that's provided in the agenda backup. As Casey said, I've been on and had the privilege of serving on the Appearance Commission for the last 4 years, and then I'm now the 2024 Appearance Commission, now Design Review Commission chair for this year. So I'd like to start with a couple of special thank yous, particularly Councilmember Fort, who's been our council liaison for the last, 4 years as well? And we have quarterly meetings. You've been super helpful in terms of the commission name change, which also has about that time period of time where that's been talked about. Additionally, Mayor Baldwin, Councilmember Branch, a big thank you to you for the 2023 Sir Walter Raleigh Awards. That is a great event, which you'll see some pictures of later on, but a big thank you to you guys for helping to give out the awards at that event and make that the celebration that it should be. I also want to recognize Principal Planner Casey Evans, Senior Associate City Attorney Catherine Hill, as well as transportation staff and the entire planning and development team who staff the commission. They do a phenomenal job and have at times late nights with the commission. So I want to give them their recognition as well. All right, so moving to the first most notable thing here, and I want to acknowledge that quality design is critically important in any growing and developing city, and our commission stands ready to be an advisory body that functions in multiple different ways of experts in the design space. So over the last several years, but then particularly in the last year, we've conducted or recommended a name change, and that was really to reflect the fact that appearance as a term, as a legacy term in the North Carolina General Statutes that assigns some duties to the commission, but also is an overly broad term that is generally confusing to people, both in terms of new commissioners joining the commission as well as the general public about what the purview is of the commission. And in the last several years, the commission's moved to become a quasi-judicial body and has further limited the scope to the nature of those cases, and specifically what is eligible for a design alternate process. So this past year, obviously we moved forward with the name change recommendation, and as of May 1st, the commission is now a Design Review Commission. Here's the distribution of where we've received design alternate cases. It's, across the city of Raleigh. There's a fairly even distribution throughout the city, of course, clustered in certain growth areas of the city. Here's a breakdown of the different types of design alternates that we receive. I'll touch on transparency being far and away the number one design alternate request that we receive. That's predominantly kind of ground level pedestrian visibility into a particular building fronting on the primary street and other places. We also have a street cross section, so that could be things like sidewalk width, those types of review of projects, and then driveway spacing, which I'll touch on a little bit more. A couple trends throughout that process. Through the years, there are some projects and types of requests that come up consistently. So transparency, as I mentioned, being the number one there. The recommendation from the commission, which echoes some similar recommendation from previous years, is that we consistently see transparency requirements related to specific uses. A good example is self-storage facilities. Those are a high number of the cases that we see. We also see drive-through fast food, for example. And the reason for that is because oftentimes the nature of the orientation of buildings to the street frontage creates a situation where there's not transparency that's desired in the drive-through lane and other things like that. So on a use-by-use basis, we pretty consistently see cases. And then driveway spacing and intersection spacing, where we most often see this on a consistent basis is in a downtown context, where you have small blocks that are less than 500 feet in length. Oftentimes when you have multiple parcels on a block, you're frequently bumping into intersection spacing as well as driveway spacing of projects. So again, the recommendation there is potentially to give staff more flexibility in how they approve in an urban context. I do want to note this is our agenda by month. And you'll note there that from January, February, March, first quarter to the third quarter, there's a significant drop off in the number of cases that we saw in 2023. That number has picked up a little bit in 2024, but it, again, fits the overall trend there of there being a lower number of cases that we've seen. In terms of commission attendance, which has come up at the council table a couple of times in the past year, we currently have a 15-member commission, about 9 regular members and 6 alternate members. The predominant makeup of that is architects, landscape architects, as well as some kind of additional expert fields, be it attorney, engineers, planners, other types of design professionals. Average attendance in 2023 was 61%, and then this year to date, we've been at about 71%. So I know council's goal more recently has been about 75% attendance, and so we've seen some pickup there. We're also more frequently canceling commission meetings where there are not cases on the agenda, as well as having more proactive conversations with certain council members who aren't able to meet the meeting attendance. I'm going to flip through some pictures here of the most recent Sir Walter Raleigh Awards. I'll note while I'm doing that we do hire out for a graphic design of the Sir Walter Raleigh Award for Community Appearance. There's actually a call for artists out right now. So PSA, that we have a call out right now. Last year we hired an NC State design student who designed the award certificate there. And as I'm flipping through, these are pictures from projects that have won awards in the 2023 Sir Walter Raleigh Awards. And we have a number of different categories of the types of projects that are the developments are able to submit for, and that's back over a horizon of about 5 years. Here's pictures from the actual event this past year. We actually partnered with the Historic Development Commission, and we're able to give out some historic plaques, the historic landmark designation plaques. And so that was a nice example of collaboration. One additional thing that the commission has been able to do over the last several years is what we call legacy projects. This is where the commission's able to give out not terribly a lot of funds, but give out funds to kind of interesting catalytic projects that leave a legacy in terms of design. So most recently, we helped fund the Midtown waterfront study. There was a graduate student at NC State who helped contemplate what the design could be of future Midtown waterfront. We also did a placemaking a grant that helped create a catalog of event materials and other things to allow for neighborhood placemaking and other things. This year, we've selected to support the Commerce Place project, which I believe you'll hear more about at a future meeting, as well as the Skate Raleigh project, where the commission is helping to support a design build studio who's going to be doing a mobile shade at the skate park. So that's another, again, example where design in a collaborative fashion, and the commission's able to provide that expertise and a little bit of seed funding to help make those projects happen. So here's the 2023-24 Design Review Commission. Touching on a couple of work plan items, you're going to, I believe you have the public hearing for TC 623 this evening. And that directly references the Design Review Commission as the potential review body and an advisory function there of the more formal process of how to review streetscape plan amendments and adoption. Another thing that the commission has been evaluating over the last several years, particularly since the move to a quasi-judicial function, is that we now typically see projects at a much later stage. So we see projects at the point where they're needing a design alternate versus at a stage where designs are more formative, where feedback is able to be adopted in a more friendly fashion. And so we're continuing to think about what are the ways that the commission can serve in that advisory function to projects where we have a lot of expertise on the commission in a lot of different domains collected, kind of the folks who are the foremost experts in what Raleigh standards are, as well as contextual design and other things. So we're thinking about that. One example of a forum there would be, again, the Raleigh Historic Development Commission has a alumni board of former commissioners that are able to get together to help provide guidance on projects. So that's something that we're working on, but don't have an exact recommendation on.
Will, have you considered maybe an advisory board?
Yes, and that's an element of what that that concept is, and
Like bringing in new people?
Okay.
I mean, we have so many experts at NC State, and because of the design school, lots of people who could offer their expertise, but it could still be separate, and we're not duplicating efforts with current boards.
absolutely. And again, the issue with current Design Review Commission, and again, to the name changes, because of the quasi-judicial function, we cannot see cases that may need a design alternate. So there's that need for the potential for there to be, expert feedback, and it's generally very constructive feedback to projects that then could carry weight down the line and be an efficiency thing as well as being improving the design process. One thing as well, we're continuing to monitor parking deck screening. That's been something that's come up pretty consistently. There was a recent text change on that front, but something the commission's very interested in. I mentioned legacy projects, and then I'll mention here that the date has been set for the 2024 Sir Walter Raleigh Awards. It's Wednesday, September 25th at Raleigh Union Station. Love any and everyone. It's open to the public. It's a great free event and a great night celebrating design in Raleigh. And with that, I think my only other note here is I do want to give credit to the former chair, Adam Walters, who's done a phenomenal job this past year. He's also done a significant amount of work in recruiting new commission members. So he's been very proactive about adding and recruiting and talking to new potential commissioners that particularly fill expertise gaps in the commission, be that landscape architects, others. And that's been very helpful, again, in building a commission of folks that are very active participants, show up to meetings, active contributors, et cetera. And on that note, sometimes as a commission, we'll only see that an appointment is happening once it's on the council agenda. So, if you are talking to anyone from your constituency that might be a good fit for the commission, would love the opportunity to be able to speak with them, tell them more about the commission as part of the process of that appointment. So with that, any questions?
Do we have any questions for Will? Councilmember Fort?
No questions. I was going to make the motion to adopt their work plan.
Okay.
Whatever necessary. So that would be my motion to adopt the work plan of the Design Review Commission.
All in favor? Aye. Right? Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee.
No report. We have several items pending. We are going to meet this month in June. However, we're going to meet on a different day at a different time. We'll be meeting Thursday, June 27th at 3 p.m. in council chambers. That is when the Transportation and Transit Committee normally meets, but they are not meeting in June. And the two items we will address at that meeting are the Prince Hall Overlay District and then the rezoning Z7222 on South Blunt Street. If we could have staff reach out to RHDC and make sure they're available to present to us on that Prince Hall overlay district? Okay, thanks. Because I think the intent was to have a deep dive on their recommendations that we couldn't do at the council table. And that's all I have.
Growth and Natural Resources.
Yeah, we discussed two items at our last meeting, the rezoning case for Strickland Road and then litter in the city, micro and macro plastics, what we can do to prevent that type of pollution. We are going to continue having that litter conversation. We didn't get to every presentation, so I'll hold off on starting that summary here. We did finish our discussion around Strickland Road. There were no recommendations made about the rezoning case from the GNR committee, but the committee did ask staff to complete additional analysis and provide some information about the following. Number one, conservation efforts in the Falls Lake watershed. There was a request to understand priorities and criteria for acquisition of conservation properties, including a map. There was also a request for an analysis of development that has already been permitted in the watershed, and that goes beyond the Raleigh's borders, as well as an analysis of properties that are protected by conservation easements in Wake County and surrounding counties. There were some requests to understand the average impervious area development in R4 and R2 zoning districts as compared to impervious surface limits. And then also a request to compare building and development practices for single-family development to multifamily building practices and their respective environmental impacts. On the case specifically, there was a request to the applicant about alternative options to limit grading. There's some steep slopes on the site, so are there alternative access points, perhaps Saxon Way? There was also a request to the applicant to provide specificity around conservation acquisition. They did propose obtaining a 10-acre site, and the request was to ensure alignment with the city's conservation priorities and strategy. There was also a request to the applicant to limit blasting impacts during construction and to reduce units potentially or minimize parking impacts to reduce watershed impacts. And finally, there was a request for the GNR committee in general to hear about past and present planning efforts to protect the Falls Lake water supply shed, and that would occur in August. We do have a number of items pending for our next meeting at the end of this month, and those items are to finish the litter conversation, to have a discussion around tree protections and tree plantings, and then to do another review of a zoning case on Now Road.
Okay. Councilmember Branch.
Transportation has no items pending and no report, and we will not be meeting this month.
Okay, and Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy will not be meeting this month either. Okay, next we have the report from the mayor and city council. Councilmember Melton, Mayor Pro Tem.
No report.
Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, got a couple things. Want to announce my community meeting Saturday, June 22nd at 10 a.m., location TBD. Good stuff from consent. In my district, speed limit reductions on Spruce Tree Way. We approved the bid for traffic calming and sidewalk improvements at Wildwood Forest Elementary area. Also for the good of the whole state, we improved interlocal agreements with New Hanover County and Fayetteville so that our 911 calls keep flowing even in the event of natural disasters, and there's due to. And also the retirement of Police K-9 Tiara, who is retiring to the home of her handler, Sergeant Siriana. So there's lots of good stuff.
Actually, that was on my list too.
Oh,
but
well, you can say it again.
I was going to ask if we could actually have Tiara come to a meeting, so we could honor her.
She retired now. She can't be coming to meetings.
We'll have to check his schedule and see if he
Check
can
with
make.
the sergeant, please.
And And then my last one is a request. So we know that there are already a handful of nominating committees for our boards and commissions. And as I understand it, these existing nominating committees use a variety of different methods. Some are already referencing applications in Granicus, while others are pulling from their personal networks. As a liaison to the Parks Board, I'm aware that they are expected to bring us a nominating committee as part of their work plan in July. As I understand it, they've already done some gap analysis on their existing members to assess both demographic diversity, but also a range of interests and uses represented. And I know that that speaks to this council's vested interest in seeing DEI across all of our work. And I know that Parks Board will provide us better guidance if they have all manner of interests represented, from aquatics enthusiasts to natural resources experts to parents who utilize children's parks programming. And since we know that drawing upon the personal networks of people can tend to lead to less diverse outcomes, I'd like to ask staff to make available to the Parks Board Nominating Committee at the appropriate time the applications from Granicus, which I believe will serve in keeping with our DEI goals. And additionally, I'd like to ask staff to work up some guidance for how nominating committees can and should operate to get a little more consistency across our boards and commissions. We can imagine that other boards and commissions might have a future interest in setting these up, and so I think establishing some guidelines would be useful. So I don't know if that needs to be a formal motion or just the request is satisfactory.
Quick. I think it might be helpful if staff would come back to us and just let us know, first off, if that's feasible and if there are other implications that we're not thinking about. So maybe you bring it back to us the next meeting.
Quick point of clarification, excuse me, lost my voice. You were asking staff to make those applications available to the Parks Nominating Committee. Are you referring to once they establish a nominating committee in their work plan, or right now before they establish one?
I think it would be the most appropriate to wait until their work plan is approved and they're nominating, that their work plan will establish their nominating committee, and then once that, I think releasing them at that time, hopefully without too much delay, because I know they have some positions to fill post haste.
Yeah, how we do it with like RHDC, for example, they have a nominating committee. Staff works with their staff liaison, can generate a report very quickly upon request, and then the staff liaison to that board can determine the appropriate way to disperse the information. But, if there's a nominating committee or the proper guidance from council, it's no problem to do it immediately.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Black?
I don't have anything prepared, so everything you're about to hear is straight from the dome, so bear with me. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is something that's kind of been heavy on my spirit since we started talking about changes to terms and term lengths and district seats. And that's a conversation that's neither here nor there at this point. I mean, it is here or there, but in the context of what I am saying right now, it's neither here nor there. So specifically, we talked a lot about the equity and the access to have more people and have better governance. So one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot since we started this conversation was the need, what I've been talking about for the last 2 years, is to have this position be full-time. For me, that's an equity issue because nobody that is a working class person could really have this job or do this job because of the time it may take away from them being able to have a job. Outside of this, you kind of have to have 2 jobs. It's considered a part-time position. So you have to have another job to be able to support the work that we're doing. So if we're really talking about good governance, creating more access and creating more opportunities for diverse voices to be represented at this table now and into the future, I really think that's a conversation we need to center sooner than later. I think it's really important, and I'm ready to have that conversation when everybody else is. But I do think that's a real consideration when we're talking about changes to the charter and creating more space for different types of people to be here. It's hard. It's hard being a person. Like, this is my only job right now, so I have the fortunate ability to have my family that can support me, my family that can co-sign leases, my family that can co-sign paying for cars. Not everybody has that opportunity. And so I'm trying to represent those people who are like me, who are working class, who are young, who come from marginalized backgrounds that may have an interest in getting into politics, but may not have the ability to because they can't work part-time. So whenever you guys are ready to have that conversation, let me know. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we've been getting a lot of emails about the Wake Stone and the RDU quarry. And it's an issue that I have been associated with, have been relatively in the know about for the last few years, but I still would like to know more. And if anything that council can do or advocate for or look at from this table as a member of this body. So I spoke to Councilmember Harrison about it, and it's something that I would like to ask to be moved to GNR, and I would love to make that motion to move that conversation into GNR so that we can have space to talk about it there.
I'll second that. I just want to add that it would help if we can write out some bullet points to staff about what that conversation would entail. I think our next GNR meeting that we would have time would be in August.
Absolutely. So August.
I would ask that we hold this and get some legal counsel first, but also get some specifics on what it is you want to discuss. And since we're not going to hear it until, you said August anyhow, let's do a little research first and then bring it back to us at the
When you
next
say
meeting.
a little research, like what exactly do you mean? Do you mean from like the city attorney's office? Because
Yeah,
I think
this
that was like
is-
the scope of what the
Yeah, this is
conversation was
something
supposed
that's
to be.
under-
In August, it was kind of like getting the legalese from the city attorney's office, just to understand the mass amount of emails we've been getting, because I don't really know what is happening, but council has been getting a number of emails about it. So it's
Yeah.
really just more of an informational session.
Yeah, this case is under litigation, so I just want to make sure that we, that it's appropriate.
It's in the courts.
Okay. And then the last thing is I have now joined the 30 Club with everybody else up here. So
Happy birthday, Mary.
a celebration, 30 plus club up here. So a celebration of me. Thank you. Bye.
The one item I had, we discussed earlier in the agenda, so I just want to wish all the fathers and father figures happy Father's Day, as it will be celebrated before we meet again as council. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. I have three things. First, the District E community meetings will remain on the second Tuesday from 6 to 8 p.m. And from June through October, we will be housed at La Cucina Italian Restaurant on Pleasant Valley Road. So please make it a point to come out on those second Wednesdays from 6 to 8. Second thing, this is for just clarification from the city attorney. I was not here on May 7th to hear the vote to move to 4-year terms, and there's been some back and forth questions about what is able to do, and I know we've sent some emails back and forth, and I was just wondering if you could speak to the legalities of the UNC School of Government that you have reached out to, and just clarify that position of the city attorney's office on what is feasible.
Again, I'm happy to provide my legal advice in closed session. At the conclusion of that, if the council would like to have a public discussion, then we can certainly do that, but I think it's appropriate that we start in closed session.
Understood. And then lastly, I met with Wake County Animal Shelter in March and highlighted some questions they raised regarding a policy of how animal control handles the animals in their care and they're in possession of when the shelter itself is closed. I was wondering if staff can explain the process of how long an animal is kept in a veterinary hospital and who is exactly responsible for covering the costs of that stay. I think that was centered towards RPD.
Yes, so we had some initial information. It wasn't quite complete. Since we've been in the meeting, I've gotten another email around policies, and actually the roles and responsibilities are stipulated in an interlocal agreement with Wake County since they are the provider of the services. And just based on how the animals get to the shelter, if there's not capacity for either adoption or for them to be able to stay or whatever at the point of euthanization, what those guidelines are, we don't know. However, we do know over the course, the number that have been euthanized that have come through RPD's animal controls services. And so with that, hopefully we will get further clarification around what the final determinant is for when an animal is euthanized. However, at the point that we pick the animal up and the animal is transported to the county, because that is a county function, I think the determination is made there.
Great. So I'd just like to, now that I know that you just received that report now, if we could just maybe add it to the manager's report, just so that we can all know and I can answer the questions from the animal shelter, that would be appreciated.
All together, and basically it's just, they just resent the interlocal agreement that outlines responsibilities.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I just have one thing. I want to offer condolences to the family of Grayson Murray. He was a native of Raleigh and played on the PGA Tour. He died back earlier in May and missed the UNC Healthcare Open. Unfortunately, it was an event of suicide. So certainly want to encourage folks to, check up on the people around you, make sure people have services and the things that they need. But definitely wanted to offer condolences to his family.
Councilmember Harrison. Yeah, we will have a District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting on Saturday, June 15th. That's at 9:30 a.m. That'll be at the Thomas Crowder Woodland Center. It'll also be available if you're watching from home. So hope to see folks there, and just want to say happy June. Hope you're enjoying the summer. Happy Pride.
Councilmember Ford, I want to thank you for bringing that up on my list as well. Went to the Corn Ferry Tournament the other day, and they honored him, and it was obvious that he was beloved not only by his family and friends, but the players as well. It was a very emotional day. I do have to say that. So thank you, and just want to recognize all his family and friends and what he meant to them in our community. I also have one other item. I want to remind everybody that this Friday is Wear Orange, National Gun Violence Awareness Day. This started when a group in Chicago honored a friend who was killed by gunfire at the age of 15. They all decided to wear orange. Orange is a color that's bright, demands attention. They said, we want this to be something that is observed every year. So this simple act has become a national movement to honor the victims of gun violence. So I just want to remind everybody on Friday to wear orange in honor of the 120 Americans that are shot and killed every day. Many more are wounded. We really have to highlight gun violence and look at how we can create more awareness to keep all of us safe. And Friday is the day to do that. So thank you. Next appointments.
You'll have to excuse my voice giving out on me. Maybe that means I can skip this section, right? Appointments, Design Review Commission, one alternate vacancy. Claire Craven received 7 votes, so would be appointed. Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy, no nominees, so that will be carried over to your next ballot. Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Centers Authority, 3 regular vacancies. Carolyn Briggs Gall received 2 votes, David Clegg 4, Kenny Garcia 1, Jill Heath 4, Max Houseworth 6, Christine McDonald 2. So Max Houseworth would be appointed, and as 2 of the outgoing members, Russ Jones and Stan Williams, the other was a resignation, expire on the same day. Just be helpful for the council to provide some clarification on the individual that Max Houseworth will replace until we can get the other 2 vacancies filled.
Well, that would be the hotel vacancy. That would be Russ Jones.
Russ Jones. Okay, so the remaining 2 vacancies with those remaining 5 candidates will appear on your next ballot for consideration. Raleigh Historic Development Commission, 2 regular vacancies. Reverend Jemmy Gibbs received 2 votes, Bang Lee 5, and Trishana Sanchez 7. So Bang Lee and Trishana Sanchez would be appointed. Substance Use Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Alicia Taylor received 6 votes. Trey Wyatt, none. So Alicia Taylor would be appointed. Next, under nominations, Arts Commission, 2 regular vacancies. The terms of Juan Eisler and Billy Warden are expiring. Mr. Eisler would like to be considered for reappointment and has submitted an explanation regarding his attendance. Staff has been unable to contact Mr. Warden regarding his reappointment desire or his attendance.
I would like to move to reappoint Juan Eisler. In his letter, he states that he was dealing with a sick father who has recently passed. So I expect him to be available. And him and I did have a conversation as well about his attendance. So I move for his reappointment.
Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
I would like to, did we get a read on Billy? I know you mentioned it last time. Okay, well, for the next ballot, can I nominate Ladarius Hicks to the Arts Commission?
Sure, can you spell that for me?
Ladarius, Ladarius.
So just like it sounds, okay. Hicks, you said?
Yeah, Hicks, Hicks. And if I'm getting that wrong, I'll reach out to you.
Sure, so I will add him and Mr. Warden to the next ballot for consideration.
We could make sure to Councilmember Black that he submits a resume or application.
Yeah, I think there's been issues with the Granicus, so hopefully the Granicus will be working for him to be able to submit.
Haven't heard of any issues, but if anyone is, just have them reach out to our office. We'll be glad to help or worst case scenario, fill out a form for them. Next is Design Review Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Term of Christopher Roberts is expiring. He would like to be considered, and he has submitted an explanation regarding his attendance.
Motion to approve. Chris has done a great job. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Greater Raleigh Convention and Visitors Bureau, 4 regular vacancies. Terms of several individuals are expiring. These are all slotted positions. And to summarize all the recommended actions, the Bureau is recommending the reappointment of Michael Altman and Melissa Chun, in addition to replacing Jason Smith with Chris Powers and Mike Smith with Greg Winkler. And additional information on all of these candidates, including the letters of recommendation, was attached to your agenda packet for consideration.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Next and lastly, we have Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 3 regular vacancies for your community member category. Term of Philip Lynn and Matthew Potts are expiring. Mr. Potts would like to be considered, has submitted an explanation regarding his attendance. Staff has not been able to contact Mr. Lynn regarding his reappointment desire or attendance.
Move to reappoint Mr. Potts.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
No, I think we should hold the other ones.
Yeah, roll the other ones to the next ballot.
I originally nominated Mr. Lynn, so I will try to reach out to him.
And then the other person who resigned, typically we elevate the alternate for that spot, but the alternate hasn't attended any meetings since appointment in August of 23, so I think we should hold it. And can you try to maybe reach out to her and see if she has any desire to even continue? Because we may be needing to fill an alternate spot and the other vacancy at this point.
We can try again. Staff, including the staff liaison, has not been able to get any information from her, but we can keep trying. So just to clarify or to summarize on that one, we reappointed Mr. Potts, and then coming back as a regular vacancy, I'll just keep Mr. Lynn on the ballot. And then we'll just I'll put a note under there about the elevation, and we'll see what happens.
My preference would be if you can't get a hold of Abigail Mulry by the next meeting, I'll make a motion to remove her from the alternate spot, then we'd have a vacancy for a regular spot and an alternate spot. We can make nominations. Because
Okay.
we can't elevate someone who's not attended any meetings.
Right. And in this case, we do only have one community alternate, so there's not options here. So, okay, thanks. That's it.
Okay. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report.
Report and recommendation of the city clerk.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have various sets of minutes have been submitted for consideration.
Move for approval.
Wait.
Wait.
Hold on. I have 2 edits I'd like to submit to the minutes. On page 36 of the May 7th meeting, there's a description of my commentary. Councilmember Patton noted she's a little nervous about the potential costs associated. I think that might be made more representative by clarifying the concerns were related to the balance of administrative costs versus direct assistance. So that's one. And then on the May 22nd minutes, page 41, I think incorrectly captures the votes related to the disposition of surplus property. It states that the nay votes were Councilmember Black, Patton, and Jones, but the nay votes were actually Black, Jones, and Fort. And I included in a submission to the city clerk a link to the recording just to double check my work.
Move with Councilmember Patton's revisions included.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. That was unanimous. Okay, next, we have closed session motion. I'll read this. A motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and or settlement of a potential claim in the following matter. George C. Venters versus City of Raleigh, Wake County Superior Court case number 23 CV 4711-910. Marvin Bennett versus City of Raleigh, Wake County Superior Court case number 23 CV 025381-910. And City of Raleigh versus City of Raleigh Board of Adjustment, Wake County Superior Court case number 23 CV 025572-910. I did move it. You were seconding it.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. All right. We will go into closed session. We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. Council will reconvene at 7 p.m. Thank you.
It's no secret that Raleigh is growing, and fast. In fact, Raleigh is the second fastest growing metro region in the country. And with that growth comes the need for expanded infrastructure, housing, and businesses to serve the community. But what will be built and where? How is that determined? Local governments like Raleigh have laws to determine how properties can be developed. These laws are called zoning, which is applied as different districts. There are residential, commercial, industrial, and mixed-use zoning districts which control development. Zoning sets limits on use, such as residential or commercial, and form, such as building height and distance from the street on any given property. The intent behind these rules is to protect public health and safety. This helps avoid things like building a giant car dealership in the middle of a residential neighborhood. A property owner has the right to develop their property as long as they follow the regulations of the zoning for their property. Zoning can have a big impact on communities and how they change over time. So it is important for local governments to adopt zoning laws carefully and with public transparency. To read more about zoning in the city of Raleigh, visit raleighNC.gov and search zoning.
My name's Yanira Campos, and this is what I do.
Yanira Campos has been with the city for less than a year, but as Digital Inclusion Program Manager, she's already touched many lives.
I work within housing and neighborhoods as a digital inclusion program manager, and what that means is that I get to oversee digital ambassadors and digital connectors, and they are our youth that focus on leadership, service, and education about digital inclusion, and I am loving every second of it.
Choosing to work for the city of Raleigh was an easy one for Yanira. Growing up in eastern North Carolina, a childhood visit to the city was followed by dreams of someday calling it home.
You know, you see it in textbooks, you see it when you learn about North Carolina as a state, and then I just remember looking at the skyscrapers, and I remember thinking to myself, I was probably like 8 years old, and I was like, wow, I'm gonna live here one day. And so I think about the culture, the community that the city of Raleigh has, and it's something that I want to be a part of.
Yanira oversees the Digital Connectors and Digital Ambassadors programs. Both provide teens in grades 9 through 12 with leadership training, education about how to bridge the digital divide, and opportunities to lead service projects that benefit Raleigh residents.
Our Digital Connectors is a program that focuses on leadership and education about the digital divide. So what is that? It is essentially who has access to technology and who doesn't. The leadership skills that we build upon in the program are communication skills and how do we build relationships within the community.
As a digital connector, students learn about emotional intelligence, how to communicate and resolve conflicts, and how to lead. They're also given opportunities through service projects to make a positive impact right here in Raleigh.
Once our digital connectors graduate, they go on to become digital ambassadors, where they host programs like Advice About Your Device, where Raleigh residents can come out and learn more about the devices that they have and learn how to use them better. Students also do service projects like computer distributions, where we work with the Raleigh Housing Authority and different Wake County schools so that students can get computers through our digital ambassadors, which are graciously provided by the Camden Institute.
Through these programs, more than 3,800 residents have been trained in digital literacy efforts, and more than 1,000 computers have been provided to underserved residents. As of today, participants have logged more than 10,000 hours of volunteer service in our community. Yanira's flexibility, adaptability, and creativity make her especially good at her job.
I get to be really creative, I get to teach a class, I get to connect with students about the latest trends, and I get to know them as people. And so having that creativity in your job is priceless. And the best part about my job is the students that I get to work with. They're at such a pivotal age, they're high school students, and just seeing their growth from the beginning to the end is amazing. They're contributing so much to the city of Raleigh, and it's just amazing to see all the things that they do and the things that they will do as they grow.
I'm Dave McManus, and this is what I do.
Dave has been with the City of Raleigh since 2019. As a production manager at the Martin Marietta Center for the Performing Arts, he oversees the day-to-day operations of events. In other words, he makes sure that everyone is working safely and efficiently, and that clients have everything they need for their event to be a success.
My role is one of support, making sure that people have what they need, when they need it, and where they need it. Some of those details become quite important, especially as you have to mesh all the resources of the building together. And those resources aren't just physical things. They're not just things like microphones or cables. It's also primarily people. Putting the right people and putting the right number of people in the proper place when they're needed.
Dave and his very talented team share the same goal, to provide a seamless experience for all. But doing so is not without challenges.
Primarily, the biggest challenge I think we have here is getting the right information in a timely manner. Primarily, that revolves around scheduling. Our crews can range from 5 to 6 people to 45 to 50. Finding those people, getting those schedules arranged so that they're here when we need them to be here can be especially challenging.
In the world of theater production, there are many things that could go wrong. Having patience and the ability to stay calm under pressure are crucial.
Primarily what you're doing is bouncing from crisis to crisis and being able to be a bit unflappable in the face of that, even if that's not how you really feel. Even if on the inside you might be going a little nuts, that outward appearance of keeping control becomes very important.